Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs look for their third straight win as they take on the York Revolution in the first of a three-game set. This is the eighth game of what will be a 13-game road trip when it's all said and done over the course of 2 weeks. Testing 1 2 3.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting.
Mommy, go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the Switch.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting.
Mommy, go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the Switch.
From People's Bank Park in York, Pennsylvania, it's almost time for Blue Crabs baseball as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs look for their third straight win in the first game of a three-game set with the York Revolution. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in the midst of a 13-game road trip. This is game number 8 of that trip. They'll have 3 more here against York, and they'll travel across the state to Lancaster, where they'll finish this 13-game road trip with 3 more this weekend. Austin Rooney, happy to have you alongside for today's broadcast on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We're going to run you through the lineups. We're going to run you through pitchers and defensive alignment. But first, let's talk about a roster change the Blue Crabs had. They sent Austin Rye to the Long Island Ducks in exchange for Michael Wolanski. Wolanski, an infielder. He's not in the lineup tonight, but you're going to see a lot of him probably at second base and shortstop, working with Michael Baca and with Raul Shah, Ian Yetzko still in that mix, and then, of course, giving Alex Crosby a day off from time to time, but you're probably going to see him mostly in that middle infield. Well, now let's give you the starting lineups for both sides. You might have to take a quick timeout as the national anthem is approaching quickly. Well, for the Blue Crabs, it's Matt Hibbert who will lead things off today in left field. Raul Shah at second base. Zach Collier bats third. He's in center field. Then it's the cleanup hitter, Jared Walker. He's at first base. Alex Crosby at third base. Braxton Lee plays right field. Joe DeLuca is the designated hitter. Ryan Haug is the catcher, and closing out the lineup and playing shortstop, Michael Baca. Oh, we've got a few first pitches. If you're on the YouTube stream, you might have a look. That was a pretty good one. Some sidearm action, maybe a little low, but all things considered, pretty darn good. A little low as well, but pretty good. He got it there. 3 more first pitches remain, and this is really, I guess, pitches 4, 5, and 6. A little outside. Good effort. Good effort. I think a lot of people don't quite realize how difficult it is to throw a baseball. Oh, this is our last one. I thought we had one more. We don't. A little high, but it got there pretty darn good. So there are 5 first pitches in the books. Before you know it, though, it will be Merandy Gonzalez who will take the hill for the York Revolution. Let's give you Merandy Gonzalez's numbers on the season. It's a 1-2 record, a 5.19 ERA, making just his 3rd start of the year. Last time out was his best of the 3 starts, and it's not close, frankly, against Staten Island in a 17-1 win for Lancaster. He went 7 innings, allowed just 4 hits and 1 earned run. He threw exactly 100 pitches. In his first 2 starts of the year, though, he combined for 10 1/3 innings, allowing 9 earned runs, and he walked 10 batters in those 10 1/3. This is his 9th season of pro ball. He made his MLB debut way back in April of 2018 at Milwaukee. And he pitched 2 scoreless innings, made his first MLB start later that year at Atlanta. He was traded from the Mets to the Marlins, along with Ferry Hawks outfielder Ricardo Cespedes way back in 2017. In his MLB career, he has 8 total games, 2-1 record, a 5.73 ERA across 22 innings. Well, let's run you through the Revolution lineup and give you a little info on the Blue Crabs pitcher tonight, Daryl Thompson. First, the starting lineup for the York Revolution. It's Jeffrey Perez, a former big leaguer who played just 1 game with the Marlins. He's in center field. Then it's Elmer Reyes. He's the shortstop who bats second. Batting third is the left fielder, Melky Mesa. The cleanup hitter for the Revolution is Nelly Rodriguez. He's at first base. Carlos Franco is at third base. He bats fifth. Josue Herrera is the designated hitter. He bats sixth. Jack Kenley is the second baseman. He bats seventh. John Nunez does the catching. He's in the 8th spot. And J.C. Encarnacion is in right field batting 9. The Blue Crabs send Daryl Thompson to the mound. Be Thompson, Denson Hull, and Mitch Lamson, the three pitchers in this series for Southern Maryland. In his last start at Long Island, he went 5 innings, allowed 9 hits and 6 earned runs. He threw a whopping 122 pitches in that performance. He's gone longer than that. That's not a career high, but 122 one way or another is a ton of pitches, and that's just sort of the way that Darrell Thompson operates. Well, we've run you through the starting lineups. We've run you through the pitchers. Last thing we're going to give you here is the defensive alignment before we step aside for the national anthem. For the Revolution, and left to right, it's Melky Mesa, Jeffrey Perez, JC Encarnacion. From third to first, Carlos Franco, Elmer Reyes at short, Jack Kennelly at second, and it's Nelly Rodriguez at first. John Nunez will be doing the catching for Mirandy Gonzalez. For the Blue Crabs, their defensive alignment, it's Matt Hibbert in left, Zach Collier in center, Braxton Lee in right, Alex Crosby at third, Michael Baca at short, Raul Shah at second, Jared Walker at first base, Ryan Haug is doing the catching, and Darrell Thompson gets the start for the Blue Crabs. We will step aside briefly. When we come back, it's first pitch from Peoples Bank Park as the Blue Crabs take on the York Revolution in Game 1 of this 3-game set.
Fans, please rise if you are able. Remove all headwear. And welcome sunny forecast for the performance of our national anthem, presented by AmeriChoice Federal Credit Union. However, ladies and gentlemen, prior to that, a few words from Donna Dunn.
We'd like to take the opportunity and ask you to indulge us for a moment to address why that beautiful Star-Spangled Banner in center field is flying half-mast. Seems only fitting that we honor those fellow Americans lost in the recent tragedy in Texas and several other cases before and after. So if you would, a moment of silence now for the victims and their families.
ladies and gentlemen, Sunny Forecast. For all your financial needs from saving and borrowing, AmeriChoice is there for you. Visit AmeriChoice.org/revs for a special membership offer today.
The York Revolution asks fans to always be aware of bats and balls that may enter the stands. If you'd like to be reseated on protective netting, please alert an usher to accommodate.
This happening is presented by Splashwire, official technology partner of the York Revolution. Splashwire essentially is locally owned technology service company with resources across the Mid-Atlantic and global reach, specializing in strategic security and hosted services. Splashwire, a better way to consume technology. Learn more at splashwire.com.
Well, we are just moments away from first pitch. As Merandy Gonzalez takes the mound, let's run you through your umpires for today's game and back through the Blue Crabs starting lineup. Behind home plate, it is Buzz Albert. At first base, Dave Snyder. And over at third, it's Scott Hart. The Blue Crabs lineup 1-9. Matt Hibbert bats first. He's in left. Raul Shaw bats second. He's at second base. Zach Collier is batting third. He's in center field. The cleanup hitter today is Jared Walker. He's at first base. Alex Crosby bats fifth. He's at third. Braxton Lee bats sixth. He's in right field. Joe DeLuca is the designated hitter. He bats seventh. Raul Shaw is doing the catching today, batting eighth. And Michael Baca closes out the order. He bats ninth. The Revolution's outfield or defense alignment, I should say. In the outfield, Melky Mesa in left, Jeffrey Perez in center, J.C. Encarnacion in right, Carlos Franco at third, Elmer Reyes at short, Jack Kenley at second, Nelly Rodriguez at first, and John Nunez is doing the catching for Merandy Gonzalez. And here comes Matt Hibbert to the plate. Matt Hibbert hitting .203 on the season. He played Saturday as part of that four-game series, I should say, between West Virginia and Southern Maryland. The first pitch is low and away for ball one. Skips past the catcher, John Nunez, but he quickly gathers in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, we're happy you could join us on a terrific evening in York, Pennsylvania. The 1-0 pitch, swinging a ground ball foul for third base side over toward the Blue Crabs bullpen. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Southern Maryland comes into this one with a 25-9 record. York is 13-21. 1-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we mentioned on our pregame show, Merandy Gonzalez is making just his 4th Atlantic League start. Gonzalez comes into this one with an ERA of 5.19 as the 1-2 pitch is low and away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Matt Hibbert, the right-handed hitter, with the base paths empty in the top of the first inning. Still no score as Hibbert leads things off. 2-2, low in the dirt, skips away again from John Nunez. He quickly gathers yet again, and it's now a 3-2 count. In his 3 games, Nunez 1-2. He won his last start, was much better. The 3-2 pitch, the payoff is away, and it's ball 4. So Matt Hibbert walks to lead things off. And the Blue Crabs have the opening base runner on. And that brings up Raul Shaw, who had a terrific start to the year. Since then, though, in his last series especially, he struggled. He was 0 for 14 against Charleston. Had the day off on Monday. Just prior to the road trip, he hit a game-tying 3-run home run in the final game of a 3-game homestand. Runner on first base, no outs in the top of the first. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up into shallow right field. It's J.C. Encarnacion who's under it and makes the catch for the first out. Well, Raul Shah swings to the first pitch and is the first out for the Blue Crabs. And that brings up Zach Collier. As he draws in the dirt and steps in from the left side. One away in the top of the first inning. Scoreless between Southern Maryland and York. Happy to have you with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. As always, if you'd like a shout out, just type it in the YouTube chat. We'd be happy to get that out to you before the top of the fifth inning, or through the top of the fifth inning, I should say. First pitch, a called strike at the knees in the count. No balls and one strike on Collier. First half of the game, we reserve that for shout outs. We'll get the trivia question to you in the bottom of the third as well. Count, no balls and one strike on Collier. Here's the pitch. Up and away, a pitch out. Matt Hibbert's not going anywhere. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. With 1 away in the top of the first. Hibbert walked to lead things off. Gonzalez set. Pitch to Collier. Swinging a hard line drive foul, first base side. Going to get into the seats. And the count, no balls or 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, this is an awfully close ride for the Blue Crabs today as they took the bus from Southern Maryland this morning across state lines to Pennsylvania as they take on the York Revolution for 3 and then take about a 30-minute drive down the road over to Lancaster for another 3-game set. 1-2 pitch, that's low and in. Count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hibbert leads off first with 1 away. Gonzalez so far has thrown 5 strikes and 6 balls. He's struggled a little bit with his control. And Gonzalez did walk 10 batters in 10 1/3 to start the year. This one, swinging a ground ball over to the second base side. The second baseman, Kenley, couldn't handle it. Came up on him and took a bad hop and then deflected through his legs. There are runners on first and second with 1 out. You'd have to imagine that's going to go down as an error against Kenley, and it does. So the Blue Crabs have runners on first and second. They haven't earned a hit yet, but they have a couple of base runners for Jared Walker, who steps in. Walker was hitting the ball well despite the fact he was in a bit of a slump earlier. Had a couple of home runs against Long Island, but he did struggle in the series against Charleston. Went 2 for 16. Was 0 for 5 in his last game with a trio of strikeouts, but we all know the power that Walker possesses. He had 18 home runs last year across American Association and high A ball. First pitch cut on, a high pop-up foul, first base side, well into the seats. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the lefty. And he has 7 home runs so far in just over a month of action. On the season, Walker has now played exactly 30 games. Has appeared in every Blue Crabs game this season. Here's the pitch. That one is upstairs. Snap throw down to second base as Hibbert dives in easily. Count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Matt Hibbert, there's a lot of attention paid to him from the catcher in today's game, John Nunez, and the pitcher, Mirandy Gonzalez. That pitch out might have been called a strike. I believe it was. I'm surprised it was called a strike, but either way, the count 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And Jared Walker goes down on strikes. They're 2 away in the top of the first inning. And that brings up the 5-hitter, Alex Crosby. Crosby was 2 for 10 last series. Also walked. Or I beg your pardon. He was actually 5 for 15 last series. He was 2 for 10 in the first 3 games. 3 for 5 with 2 runs scored and an RBI in his last game. First pitch, swinging a line drive, left field. Melky Mesa took a step back, now one in, and he makes the catch. Chest high for the final out. Well, the Blue Crabs, strand 2, they reach one on a walk, the other on an error at the end of the top of the first inning. There's no score between the Blue Crabs and the Revolution. The Revs are coming to bat when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andrew Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting.
Mommy, go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the switch. I like the scribble. Daddy,
I like to build Legos at home.
I have the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home. Whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrabs.com.
This is Andrew Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
The Blue Crabs and the Revolution are scoreless as we head to the bottom of the first inning. First pitch from Darryl Thompson is a called strike on the leadoff hitter, Jeffrey Perez, who hits from the left side. Perez, a 198 hitter. No homers so far this year, as the 0-1 is cut on and tapped foul, first base side. Count, no balls and 2 strikes. On the leadoff hitter. Well, it's Darryl Thompson, who is making his 7th start of the year. This 0-2 pitch is swung on and grounded up the middle for a base hit. And Perez is aboard with the first hit of this ball game for either side in the bottom of the first inning. But just to go back to the starting pitcher for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, he has 7 starts on the year. This is his 8th appearance this season. He's gone 41 2/3 innings of work, allowed 19 runs. He struck out 20. He's walked just 10. His walk numbers coming into last start were outstanding, but he did run into some trouble with his control as the first pitch is low and away to the 2-hitter Elmer Reyes. He had 4 walks across 5 innings, also allowed 9 hits and 6 earned runs. The start prior was much better. 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled off first base side. Count even at a ball and a strike. His 2 prior starts to the tough outing at Long Island were 14 innings of work, 8 hits, just 2 earned runs, and he walked 1 batter across those 14 innings. 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Reyes. Only 2 batters in this game have played for an MLB franchise. They include Jeffrey Perez and Braxton Lee. They both played in short stints with the Miami Marlins. 1-2, swinging a line drive, third base side. It's going to be extra bases. From first, Jeffrey Perez is waved around. The throw comes to short. Baca's throw home is not in time. It's an RBI double from Elmer Reyes. And the York Revolution have struck first in the bottom of the first. Well, it's back-to-back hits. Perez singled to lead things off. Reyes doubles down the left field line, and the Revs have a 1-0 lead. Well, 2 batters and 2 hits to get things started for the Revs in the first. And here comes the 3-hitter, Melky Mesa. Thompson set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball, third base side. Fielded by Crosby, who looks back the runner at second and tosses to first in time for the first out. So there is one away now in the bottom of the first. But a pair of hits from the Revs, including an RBI double, have given York a 1-0 advantage. Here comes Nelly Rodriguez, who comes to the plate with a 1-0 York lead and a runner on second base with 1 away. Rodriguez at first base in the field. Lenin Rodriguez. Pitch, swinging a line drive. Left field line, it's extra bases. Nearly an identical spot to Reyes' double. It scores Reyes from second. It's an RBI double from Nelly Rodriguez, and it's a 2-0 start for the Revs. Well, it wasn't the hardest hit of line drives, but it was over the head of the third baseman, Alex Crosby. And down the left field line, perfectly placed. And it's a 2-0 lead for the Revs. 3 hits in the first 4 batters for York. And here comes the 5-hitter, Carlos Franco. Now, Franco comes into this game with a .260 batting average. Has 9 home runs and 30 RBIs. Big power bat, first pitch, swinging line drive, right center, extra bases for Carlos Franco. It scores Nelly Rodriguez from second. It's another RBI double, and the York Revolution have come out firing. It's 3-0 in the bottom of the first. A really good piece of hitting from Carlos Franco. It's a pitch out over the middle of the plate, and he rips it to right center field. 4 hits in the first 5 batters to start this one for York, and they have an emphatic 3-0 start. And the first pitch is a called strike on Josue Herrera. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the lefty. Well, interestingly enough, the York Revolution typically do very well against lefty pitchers. The right-handed pitcher, Darrell Thompson, though, has not been an issue here in the first yet. First pitch, or the 0-1, I should say, hit high in the air, deep right field, back to the warning track in front of the wall. It's Braxton Lee who makes the catch, throws to third. Oh, what a strike from Lee. It's not quite in time to get the runner, Carlos Franco, who advances from second to third. But an outstanding throw from Braxton Lee on the warning track in right field. You want a plus MLB arm, you just saw one. Either way, Franco did advance to third successfully. So there is one runner on third base, now 2 away in the bottom of the first inning. That brings up Jack Kennelly, the second baseman who made an error in the field. First pitch, fastball, a little bit inside the count, 1 ball and no strikes. And while Thompson's allowed a long fly ball and 4 hits here in the first inning, he's someone who has had a lot of success limiting hits so far this season. The 1-0 pitch is upstairs, count 2 balls and no strikes. Back on May 14th against Charleston. We'll get there in one moment. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to first. Gobbled up by Walker. He trots to the bag. It's in time for the final out of the inning. Well, just that last note on Thompson. He went 7 1/3 innings of no-hit ball back on May 14th. But here on May the 31st, the York Bats get to him early. They score 3 runs on 4 hits and take a 3-0 lead to the top of the second.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is David Harris, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We go to the top of the second inning. First pitch is away for ball 1 on the 6th hitter in the Blue Crabs lineup, Braxton Lee. 1-0 pitch. That's also upstairs. Count 2 balls and no strikes from Mirandy Gonzalez. Gonzalez walked 1 back in the first inning. It was the leadoff hitter, Matt Hibbert. Well, the 2-0 is a breaking ball. It's a called strike, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike on Lee. In the first inning, Gonzalez pitched 16 pitches. As the 2-1 pitch is cut on and fouled back to the netting, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. For the Blue Crabs, Thompson threw just 15 pitches. This one swung on, hit high in the air, deep left field, back to the wall. It's off the green monster in left. Tough time playing it for the left fielder. And this one thrown into third. It's not in time. A leadoff triple after Melky Mesa, the left fielder for the Revolution, had some trouble with that one. And the Blue Crabs have a runner on third base to lead things off in the top of the second inning. Well, it didn't take long for the Blue Crabs to get their first hit here in the top of the second. And that brings up Joe DeLuca. who's on fire right now. Had his best game with the Blue Crabs this year, his last time out. Hit 2 home runs and 4 RBIs in yesterday's Memorial Day contest against the Charleston, West Virginia. This one swinging a one-hopper over to short, fielded by Reyes. He tosses to first. It's in time, but meanwhile, Braxton Lee comes home from third and scores the first run of the game for the Blue Crabs, and it's a 3-1 game here in the top of the second. Well, the base paths are empty again, but the Blue Crabs got one back. It's a 2-run ball game. As Joe DeLuca gets the job done, it's the 7th RBI in what's just his 7th game this year. Here's Ryan Haug. To say he's off to a strong start this year would also be an understatement. First pitch, called strike at the knees. His on-base percentage is .530. His batting average, .383. And that is through 19 games this season. 0-1 pitch. Another called strike with an off-speed pitch from Merandy Gonzalez. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Pitcher Gonzalez set. 0-2, a little bit low and away, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gonzalez has relied heavily on a curveball and off-speed pitches. 1-2, breaking ball, line drive, right center. It drops, and it's going to be extra bases. Haug just keeps on hitting, and he pulls up at second base with a 1-out double. As Ryan Haug has hits in 4 consecutive games. He played on Sunday against Charleston, and he was 1 for 3 with an RBI, and he leads off his day today with a double into right center. Well, the Blue Crabs have another runner in scoring position with just 1 out, and here comes Michael Baca, the right-handed hitting shortstop, to face off against Merandy Gonzalez. First pitch. Swinging a foul ball, first base side, count 0-1. Gonzalez on the day has peaked at 86 miles an hour. On the other hand, for the Blue Crabs, Thompson's been right in that same 84 to 86 area throughout the afternoon. As we get in toward the evening hours, as the 1-1 pitch low and away, count 2 balls and a strike. On the day, Merandy Gonzalez has thrown 27 pitches, or 29 pitches, 18 strikes, 11 balls. Not terrible in the strikes to balls ratio. This one swung on, line into left field. It's a base hit. And Haug will hold up at third on a line drive into left through the hole between shortstop and third base. And all of a sudden, the Blue Crabs with 3 hits in the top of the second inning, and they've got runners on the corners with just 1 out. A high-scoring start to this contest as Matt Hibbert steps in from the right side. It's Baca from first and Haug from third. The Blue Crabs have already gotten 1 run in this inning. They got things started with an RBI triple from Braxton Lee and a fielder's choice RBI from Joe DeLuca. First pitch to Hibbert. That's upstairs. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Gonzalez allowed base runners in the first inning. He walked 1 and allowed and also had an error. As they're going to have a meeting at the mound. As the York Revolution are going to talk things over with Gonzalez, who has lost some control of the strike zone. Everything he puts over the plate, the Blue Crabs are getting solid contact on. Well, it's Hibbert, has a 1 ball and no strikes count as the Revs talk things over with their infield. I'm not exactly sure where the right fielder JC Encarnacion is, but the left fielder and center fielder Jeffrey Perez and Melky Mesa having a conversation out there. And let's see, where is JC Encarnacion? Oh, he was over in the corner having a conversation with the bullpen guys, I'd imagine, although I'm honestly not entirely sure where he went. Either way, runners on the corners with 1 away. 3-1, York with a 1-0 count on Matt Hibbert. Gonzalez the pitch. Oh, it's a called strike. Looked a little bit low and in from our angle, but a called strike nonetheless in the count. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hibbert. Hibbert hitting .203 on the year. His on-base percentage up after he walked in the first inning at .340. 1-1 pitch for Gonzalez, swinging a foul ball, grounded back behind home plate. The count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the righty. From first base, it's Michael Baca, who extended his hitting streak to 7 games. He's 2 for 2 in stolen bases this year if he's looking to get into scoring position. With Raul Shah on deck. Count 1-2 on Matt Hibbert. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball away, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. A gutsy take from Matt Hibbert, but it's a good call as the pitch away for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the top of the second. The Revs scored 3 in the bottom of the first off of Darryl Thompson. The Blue Crabs have 1 back so far in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball a little bit high. And that's ball 3. Count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes on Matt Hibbert. Couple of big-time takes. That pitch was very close. Just a little bit high on Hibbert. And it's no lie to say that Gonzalez really has been going off speed. Runner goes in the 3-2, swinging a ground ball. Third base side. Oh, they're calling a foul ball. That was a fair ball, I think, off the bat. It looked fair. The home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, was emphatically calling that ball foul. We'll have to take another look at that one. Awfully close. From my vantage point, though, it looked to be a fair ball. All the way, count 2 balls and 2. There are still runners on the corners with 1 out. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runner goes again. This one swinging a line drive, foul, first base side. It's going to get out of play. So it's still Baca from first and Haug from third. To recap the inning, it was a leadoff triple from Braxton Lee. Came around to score on a fielder's choice. Then it was Ryan Haug who doubled to right center. And a base hit from Michael Baca to left. Pickoff throw to first base to check on him. Safe back at first as he dives in. Here's one more look at that ball down the third baseline. And it's a little bit tough to tell, but it looks from this angle as though it very well could have been a fair ball. And dare I say, probably should have. Runner goes again, swing and a miss. Throw down to second's wild, and the shortstop has trouble handling it. Meanwhile, Haug comes in and scores from third. Well, Hibbert goes down on strikes, but the Blue Crabs execute a double steal and a delayed steal from Ryan Haug. He comes home and scores a run, and the Blue Crabs have cut the deficit to 3-2. Well, in all that chaos, it was a bad throw from John Nunez, the catcher, to Elmer Reyes, the shortstop, who had a lot of trouble handling it, and Ryan Haug comes around and scores a run. York 3, Southern Maryland 2, as Raul Shah steps in from the right side. First pitch, breaking ball, called strike on the outside corner, And the count, no balls and 1 strike. So it's Baca from second with 2 away. Well, York had 4 hits in the bottom of the first. The Blue Crabs with 3 hits in the top of the second. 0-1 pitch is up and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Raul Shaw, one of those guys who's going to go through some hot stretches over the course of the season. He's going to go through some of those down periods. Right now, he's in a bit of a slump. There's no question about that. Did not have a hit against Charleston, but had some big hits earlier this season. As the 1-1 pitch is low and away, count 2-1. Had his biggest hit of the year. Is a part of a 3-run home run at home against Long Island to tie the game with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on Raul Shaw. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, called strike yet again, and the count 3-2. And Randy Gonzalez's strike pitch, not his swing and miss pitch, but his strike pitch, has been that curveball. He's got a slow fastball that's 85 to 87. But it's the breaking ball that he really uses for called strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Raul Shaw goes down, swinging a pitch low and away to end the top of the second inning. But the Blue Crabs score 2. They strand 1 at the end of 1.5 innings of play. It's the York Revolution 3 and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 2. We go to the bottom of the second. Stick with us.
Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Bottom of the second inning, the Blue Crabs 2, the Revolution 3. It was 3 runs scored from York in the bottom of the first. The Blue Crabs responded with 2 in the top of the second. Brings up John Nunez to get things started. 8-9-1 for the Revs. First pitch fastball on the inside corner, and the count 0-1. Nunez will be followed by J.C. Encarnacion and Jeffrey Perez. And the 0-1 breaking ball, and Nunez way off balance ahead of it, and the count 0-2. It's a really nice pitch from Darrell Thompson, who has impeccable placement and control. 0-2, and just on cue, he gets hit by a pitch as it clips his elbow. As John Nunez reaches first base. Runner on first base, no outs. That brings up JC Encarnacion. Encarnacion, a .317 hitter on the year. JC Encarnacion was 2 for 4 in his last game. 1 home run, 7 RBIs. And the first pitch breaking ball called strike. Count no balls and 1 strike. 3-2 York. They've got a runner on first base and nobody out. Thompson set here in the bottom of the second inning. Here's the pitch. Low and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Blue Crabs certainly ran into trouble in the first inning. A single to Perez, and then 3 RBI doubles. 1 from Reyes, 1 from Rodriguez, the other from Franco. 0-1, swinging a high pop-up into shallow left field. It's going to head toward foul territory, and it's Matt Hibbert who makes the catch in left field. Oh my, it was all the way down that left field line. Our angle completely cut off, but it's the third base umpire, Scott Hart, who had a good angle on it. He puts up his arm and says that's 1 away. So JC Encarnacion flies out in foul territory, and there's 1 away as we go back to the top of the lineup. It's Jeffrey Perez. Runner on first base, 1 out. Pitch, breaking ball. Big wave and a miss. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. And it seems as though Thompson has found a bit of a groove here in the second inning. He's retired 3 of the last 4 batters. 0-1, cut on and foul back to the screen behind home plate. The only one he didn't retire, he was ahead in the count 0-2. And a pitch ran just a little bit inside on John Nunez. And he was hit by the pitch. But he's been ahead in the counts. He's been throwing a lot of strikes. The 1-2 from Thompson. Swinging a line drive, shallow center. Collier coming in. He makes the catch for the second out. Collier has decent speed. He's an outstanding defensive player. And he makes a play like that when a shallow line drive to center look easy, when a lot of center fielders might be forced to make a play like that on the hop because he doesn't get it. Other center fielders might not get the same jump he gets to those balls. So runner on first base, now 2 away. First pitch to the 2-hitter, Elmer Reyes, is a called strike. And the count 0-1. Elmer Reyes doubled down the left field line back in the first inning. It scored Jeffrey Perez and brought home the opening run of the game, the 0-1. Low in the dirt, how quickly gets to that ball, forcing Elmer Reyes out of the way as it spun back toward him. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. John Nunez, who reached via a hit by pitch, is forced to stay at first base. Well, Darrell Thompson, through 2 2/3 innings of work, having allowed 3 runs, you may expect that pitch count to be in the 40s. It's not. He will have thrown just his 27th pitch of the day, and that's a breaking ball and a big swing and a miss. Elmer Reyes way off balance. He was expecting a fastball and got served a looping breaking ball. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes on the righty. Here's the pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. We'll run you through the standings in the Atlantic League. The North Division, the Blue Crabs in first at 25-9. Lancaster is in second, they're 9 back. York in fourth, they're 12 back. 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive to left, but it's right at Matt Hibbert, the left fielder, who bends down and makes a catch for his final out of the inning. Well, the Ducks, I beg your pardon, the Revs, strand one. It was John Nunez who reached on a hit by pitch, but otherwise, Darrell Thompson terrific in the second. It's the York Revolution 3 and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 2. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
It's the top of the third inning. Southern Maryland trails York 3-2 on a very warm evening in York, Pennsylvania. First pitch breaking ball. Collier was out ahead of it. And the count, no balls and one strike on the lefty. 3 runs from York in the bottom of the first. 2 runs from Southern Maryland in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. That's low and in. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. We're going to have our trivia question for you in the bottom of the third inning. We'll give you a hint in the top of the fourth, and your answer will wait on that a little longer today. To the top of the fifth inning, we do have some shout-outs to get to, as the 1-1 pitch is a called strike on the outer half, count 1-2. Get to those in one moment. Wes Mumper says he's down in the dugout today. 1-2 is cut on and fouled off, third base side. A couple of younger fans go and chase after that one in the lower bowl down that third base side, about 20 rows up. Base paths empty as Collier leads things off in the top of the third. 1-2. Swinging a line drive, shallow left. It sends Mesa in, and he makes the catch for the first out right around bell tie, and there is one away in the top of the third inning. Let's get to a couple more of those shout-outs. Blazer Bobcat, as always, listening from Albany, Georgia. He asks, when does the first half of the Atlantic League season officially end? Well, Blazer, it's a great question. I believe Bert Hinman got to you a little bit with the answer with 33 games. To be exact, the Blue Crabs have played 34. And this one, swinging a line drive into right center field from Walker. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Walker trots into second. Ray Ortega, the third baseman, points at him to hold up at second base. He does just that. It's a one-out double from Jared Walker, and the Blue Crabs have a runner in scoring position with one away in the top of the third inning. Well, a big hit on the first pitch of the at-bat from Jared Walker. And Southern Maryland trails by one, but they have the tying run at second base for Alex Crosby. Well, back to that last point, Blazer Bobcat asked how many games are remaining in the first half. Well, there's 66 games in each half. The Blue Crabs have played 34 games as the first pitch is up and away to Crosby, count 1-0. So there are 32 games remaining. Now, good news for the Blue Crabs, they hold a 9-game lead right now over Lancaster. They'll play the Barnstormers next. It's an important series. Well, Walker picked up a hit just moments ago. This one swung on a line drive, shallow right center. It's a base hit for Crosby. Walker comes home and scores easily from second. It's an RBI single from Alex Crosby. And the Blue Crabs have tied the score at 3. A big-time hit from Alex Crosby. It wasn't the hardest hit of line drives, but it's a bloop single into shallow right center. And the Blue Crabs, with their 5th hit of the day, have leveled the score at 3. One away in the top of the third. The Blue Crabs scored 2 in the second and 1 in the third. And they're all the way back even. First pitch swinging from Braxton Lee. Line drive, right center. It gets past the right fielder, J.C. Encarnacion, all the way to the wall. Alex Crosby waved around third. He'll score. It's an RBI triple from Braxton Lee, his second triple of the day. And the Blue Crabs have jumped on top 4-3. And not all that hard hit of a line drive from Braxton Lee, but it's placed perfectly in the right center field gap. It gets past the outstretched reach of J.C. Encarnacion all the way to the PCECU sign in right center. And it's an RBI triple from Braxton Lee, who's got a pair of hits in today's game. Not only is it a pair of hits, though, it's a pair of triples for the former big leaguer. It was 2 for 5 in yesterday's game, 6 for 12 on the series. And the Blue Crabs have a 4-3 lead. First pitch is a called strike on Joe DeLuca. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Well, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have gotten to Mirandy Gonzalez. Gonzalez, another former big leaguer who pitched well his last time out. But the 0-1 pitch to Joe DeLuca is inside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. DeLuca grounded one to short on a fielder's choice. It drove home Braxton Lee, who led off the second inning with a triple. The first RBI of today's ball game. 1-1 pitch, low in the dirt. Nicely blocked by the catcher, John Nunez, to prevent that one from going to the backstop and scoring Braxton Lee. Blue Crabs have a 4-3 lead. Also have another runner on third base. DeLuca was 4 for 5 yesterday with 4 RBIs and 2 home runs. He's 0 for 1 today, but drove in a run his first time up. This one, a one-hopper over to second. It's a hard-hit line drive fielded by Jack Kenley. Not enough time for Braxton Lee to come home and score. Well struck from Joe DeLuca, but there are 2 away in the top of the third inning. Still a runner on third base with 2 outs, and Ryan Haug comes to the plate. He doubled back in the second inning. Came around and scored a run. Here we are on the top of the third. Blue Crabs have 2 runs in here in the inning. York scored 3 in the bottom of the first, but the Blue Crabs with a pair in the second and a pair in the third. They lead it 4-3. First pitch breaking ball came up and in and clipped Haug on the left elbow, and he is granted first base. So the Blue Crabs now have runners on the corners with 2 outs. and Michael Baca comes to the plate. Michael Baca going through one of those stretches right now where he's playing his best baseball of the year. His batting average up to 210, has a 7-game hitting streak going. And Baca was 6 for 15 in that last series, 11 for 30 on the road trip. After the base hit earlier, he's now 12 for 31, nearly 400 his batting average during this trip. Runners on the corners, 2 outs for Southern Maryland. First pitch, way upstairs, count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, let's go back through this inning. Southern Maryland led off with Zach Collier. He flied out to left. Jared Walker doubled to right center. Alex Crosby singled and drove in Jared Walker as the 1-0 pitch is low. Count 2 balls and no strikes. So that scored Walker and tied the game at 3. Braxton Lee then drove in Alex Crosby on an RBI triple to right center. Well, after Joe DeLuca grounded out to second as the 2-0 pitch, a called strike, belt high, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. It was Ryan Hogg who was hit by a pitch, and here is Michael Baca with a 2-1 count and 2 away in the top of the third. Gonzalez gets a sign from his catcher, John Nunez. Pitch, swinging a ground ball up the middle, a base hit. It scores Lee from third. Haug holds up at second. It's an RBI single from Michael Baca, who comes through yet again, and it's a 5-3 Blue Crabs lead. Baca known for his defensive abilities, but during this road trip, he's red hot at the plate, hitting over 400 since going on the road during this 8-game stretch. He's 2 for 2 today, and he's driven in another run. Well, here comes Matt Hibbert with runners on first and second. The Blue Crabs have scored 5 consecutive in the second and third and lead this game by 2. Gonzalez gets a sign from John Nunez. Here's the pitch. Attempted bunt. He bunted foul. First base side, and the catcher Nunez quickly picks it up. The count, no balls and 1 strike, or I beg your pardon. He showed bunt but pulled back. I thought he may have actually made contact. My view is partially blocked by our home plate umpire, Buzz Albert. I thought he might have actually made contact with that bunt, but he did not. Just missed outside. The 1-0 pitch. It's a called strike at the knees, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. So it's Haug from second. It's Baca from first with 2 away. Southern Maryland has responded here in the top of the third with 3 runs of their own. After a solid first inning from Gonzalez, the second and third have not been so kind to him as the 1-1 is cut on and top foul slowly down the third base line. Scooped up by the ball boy. And the count 1-2. Shaw on deck. The Blue Crabs have scored 5 consecutive over the course of the second and third innings and now have a 5-3 lead. 5 runs on 7 hits. Here's the pitch, swinging a line drive foul, first base side, well back overhead toward the concourse level. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Matt Hibbert. Well, the Blue Crabs are looking for their 3rd consecutive win. The team is 24-9 overall on the season, 25-9 I should say. 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive, right center field. Encarnacion is there, and he makes the catch as he drifts over into right center for the final out of the inning. Well, the Blue Crabs strand 2. They score 3, At the end of 2.5 innings of play, the Blue Crabs have jumped on top. They lead at 5-3. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, you just heard from Daryl Thompson. He's back out for his third inning of work and faces Melky Mesa, the three-hitter in the York lineup, to lead things off. He goes with a breaking ball off the bat, and it's low and inside for ball one, and the count 1 ball and no strikes on the righty. Blue Crabs 5, the Revolution 3 in the bottom of the third. Thompson goes back to the breaking ball, and it's a called strike on the inner half, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, York scored 3 runs in the bottom of the first. This one swung on, hit high in the air, center field deep, sends Collier back to the warning track in front of the wall, where he makes the catch for the first out. It's about as well hit of a ball as we've seen all day, but it's the deepest part of the ballpark, just about 400 feet in dead center field, and it's just the first out of the inning. Melky Mesa drilled that ball to center. He is now 0 for 2 on the day after he grounded out sharply to third in his first time up. Here is Nelly Rodriguez. He doubled his first time to the plate, drove in a run, and he scored a run. First pitch, that's low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. With the base paths empty and 1 away. Here is the 1-0 offering. Big wave and a miss. Fastball, a little bit low and away. And Thompson's placement is what really separates him. He's able to locate his pitches so effectively. Breaking ball, oh, it looked good, but called the ball by the home plate umpire, Buzz Albert. Not entirely sure where that one missed. Might have been a little bit outside, but looked pretty good from this vantage point. 2-1 pitch. That's away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike on the cleanup hitter, Nelly Rodriguez. Blue Crabs 5 runs on 7 hits for York, 3 runs on 4 hits. Here's the 3-1 offering. Big swing and a miss. A high fastball. And Nelly Rodriguez went chasing. count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 offering. Breaking ball in the dirt, swing and a miss, strike 3. Rodriguez goes and chases an off-speed pitch. And there are 2 away in the bottom of the third. Some bugs appear to be attacking Darrell Thompson, who waves his glove at them. It's a fun time here at People's Bank Ballpark. They've got a merry-go-round out in left center. They've got a big slide out there as well for their kids' park. You can also come out to the Reagan Waldorf. Got a terrific kids' park as well. So they don't return home for another week as the first pitch is swung on and fouled off. Third base side out of play. They have an Old Bay night as well. 2 away. First pitch is swung on and fouled off to the third base side from the left-handed hitter, Carlos Franco. This one, swinging a line drive, right field side. It goes all the way to the corner. Braxton Lee fields it quickly. Big throw into second, and it is almost in time. It looked like it might have beaten Carlos Franco to the bag. A terrific throw from Braxton Lee, who is an outstanding right fielder. He nearly got Carlos Franco. It may have been a little bit over-eager going from second. He ends up picking up the double nonetheless. A runner on second base, 2 away for the York Revolution. Brings up Josue Herrera. Herrera is 0 for 1. First pitch swinging, foul ball down the first base line, and the count 0-1. Well, let's get back to some of those shout-outs here before the end of the inning if we have time. With the count, no balls and 1 strike. There is some action for the Revs in their bullpen. We'll get to that momentarily. Count, no balls and 1 strike on Josue Herrera. This one swinging a foul ball, third base side. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, Blazer Bobcat, as you mentioned, is listening from Albany, Georgia. Dennis Moore, a good friend of Stan Clyburn, listens from Possum Point Lodge in Louisiana. And Wes Mumper, he's down on the dugout. He is normally the visiting clubhouse manager. Here is the 0-2, swinging a high pop-up foul behind home plate. So I mentioned there is some action in the York Revolution bullpen. It's Isaac Sanchez, the 6'1 righty, who's played as high as AA, who is up and throwing for the Revs. Herrera steps back in. Runner on second base, 2 outs. 5-3 Southern Maryland. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3 on a breaking ball. Looked a little bit off the plate, but the home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, rings up Josue Herrera, and that ends the bottom of the third inning. It's the Blue Crabs who have a 5-3 lead as we go to the top of the fourth. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we go to the top of the fourth inning. There is a pitching change as Isaac Sanchez enters the game for the York Revolution. They are officially calling it an injury as the reason that the starting pitcher, Mirandy Gonzalez, exits the game. First pitch swinging from Raul Shah, swinging a ground ball toward the middle. Great play by the shortstop, Elmer Reyes, who ranged over to second base, fielded it on the forehand, spun and threw to first in time for the first out. So there is one away now in the top of the fourth inning. And it brings up Zach Collier. 2, 3, and 4 due up in the order for Southern Maryland. First pitch fastball called strike. Isaac Sanchez has pitched in 13 games this year, has a 7.20 ERA, as the 0-1 pitch is low and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Most recently threw an inning at Lancaster back on Sunday. Allowed 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and a home run. Did strike out the side. 1-1 pitch. One misses. It's close. Looked good, but the count 2 balls and 1 strike. With the base paths empty and 1 away. 2-1, that's low and in. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. A warm day in Pennsylvania, a little bit sticky, a little bit sweaty. 3-1 pitch, low and in. It's ball 4 as Zach Collier earns a walk. Runner on first base and 1 out. Well, for the Blue Crabs, Darrell Thompson has settled down since the first. He's thrown 3 innings. He's allowed 5 hits and 3 runs, but he's only thrown 44 pitches. For York, Gonzalez's day is finished. It is due to an injury. We're going to get you more news on that when we have it, but the double hook designated hitter does not come into play with an injury. First pitch. Swinging a line drive, foul back behind home plate. Count 0-1. Mirandy Gonzalez went 3 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, all 5 earned. He walked 1 and struck out 3. His ERA started at 5.19 and ends at 6.64. Runner on first, 1 out. After Isaac Sanchez issued a walk. This one swinging a line drive, left center field. It's a base hit. Walker chugging for 2. He pulls on the brakes midway through. And now Collier going to the plate. He's going to score. Oh, Zach Collier with some heads-up base running. He went first to third on the play. The second baseman, Jack Kennelly, had trouble handling it. And it is a hit and an error by the second baseman, Jack Kennelly. And the Blue Crabs have jumped up 6-3 on a long single to left center that sent Collier first to third. The second baseman, Kenley, had trouble handling it. And the Blue Crabs have a 6-3 advantage in the top of the fourth. Well, that brings up Alex Crosby. First pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss, the count 0-1. This is the most dangerous part of the order in some respect. With Alex Crosby, followed by Braxton Lee, Joe DeLuca, Ryan Haug, and Michael Baca. These 5 batters are hitting incredibly well. Get a little more on that in a moment. 0-1 inside and gets away from John Nunez toward the backstop, and it allows Jared Walker to advance to second base on a wild pitch. Well, the Blue Crabs have opened up a 6-3 lead. 2 in the second, 3 in the third. They've got 1 in the fourth. They're not done yet either with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. A 6-3 advantage for the Blue Crabs. Here's the pitch, swinging a ground ball toward first, a funny hop. It goes over the head of Nelly Rodriguez, and from second, Jared Walker scores. It's an RBI single from Alex Crosby. Not the most traditional of plays. It took a really bad hop over the head of Nelly Rodriguez, and the Blue Crabs extend their lead to 7-3. For Southern Maryland, they have 3 consecutive hits and lead this game by 4. 2 in the second, 3 in the third, 2 more in the fourth. And the Blue Crabs now have a healthy lead. Here comes Braxton Lee. Not sure I've seen this before, but he has 2 at-bats, and he has 2 triples. First pitch is low for ball 1. I have to talk to him after the game and see if he's ever had 2 triples in his first 2 at-bats, or if he's ever had 2 triples in a game even. Had a leadoff triple in the second inning, and then had an RBI triple in the third inning. He's up again here in the fourth. 1-0 pitch. That's low and in. Count 2-0. Braxton Lee's batting average is up to .287 on the year. Got off to a really tough start, was 1 for his first 17, but since then has hit quite well, over .300 since the tough start. Runner on first, 1 out. Pitch, swinging a line drive, foul, third base side to the Blue Crabs dugout as it bounces in front of the screen. Raul Shah says he'll go out and take that ball. Now the third baseman, Carlos Franco, to get back to his position. Sizable group on hand here in York, Pennsylvania. Runner goes, pitch is high, and the catcher, John Nunez, is going to hold on to it. He faked the throw and then opted not to throw. Alex Crosby has a stolen base, and the Blue Crabs have a runner on second with 1 out in the top of the fourth. For Crosby, it's his second stolen base in as many games. It's his 6th on the season. He's 6 for 6 now in stolen bases. Count 3 balls and 1 strike on Braxton Lee, and that pitch comes up and in, and it is ball 4. Crosby reaches first base. The Blue Crabs have runners on first and second with 1 out. And here comes Joe DeLuca, who's 0 for 2. He does have an RBI in today's game. Well, let's get to our trivia question. Well, Darrell Thompson threw 122 pitches yesterday for the Blue Crabs. In Major League Baseball history, what's the most pitches thrown by one pitcher in a game? Most pitches thrown by one pitcher in a game. We'll give you a hint in the bottom of the fourth. We're going to delay our answer until the bottom of the fifth. If you think you know who it was, how many pitches he threw, put it in the YouTube chat We'll give you a shout out if you got the answer right. First pitch is upstairs to Joe DeLuca. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the left-handed hitting catcher. Joe DeLuca is a switch hitter, but primarily bats from the left side against right-handed pitching. 1-0 offering. Swinging a line drive, foul, third base line. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, we're happy to have you on hand for today's ball game on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. I said 1 and 2. It's 1 and 1. With runners on first and second and 1 out. 7-3 Blue Crabs. Scored 2 runs here in the fourth to extend that advantage. Pitch, swinging a ground ball to second. Could be 2. On to second for 1. Back on to first. It's a double play. 4-6-3. Jack Kenley to Elmer Reyes to Nelly Rodriguez to end the top of the fourth inning. Well, the Blue Crabs score 2. They strand 1 at the end of 3.5. It's Southern Maryland 7 and York 3. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Welcome back in the bottom of the fourth inning. Blue Crabs have a 7-3 lead. The first pitch from Darryl Thompson is low for ball 1 on Jack Kenley. 1-0 pitch. Fastball on the inner half, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the left-handed hitter. Kenley is 0 for 1 today. And the 1-1 pitch, swinging a dribbler foul, third base side. One-two offering, that's low. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rusty is great, says he's watching from Deal, Maryland. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, first base side. Scooped up by Walker. He'll step on the bag, and there is one away. First pitch is a little bit up and away on John Nunez. And the count is 1 ball and no strikes. There's one away in the bottom of the 4th inning. Sorry, dealing with some technical issues. Blue Crabs lead this one 7-3. John Nunez. Here's the pitch, swinging a line drive into right center field. It's a base hit. Bounces once in front of Braxton Lee, and there's a runner on first with one away. So a runner on first base with one out for York. That pitch is low and in the count 1 ball and no strikes. Our trivia question today is, what is the most pitches thrown by one pitcher in Major League Baseball history? 1-0 offering, big wave and a miss. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike on J.C. Encarnacion. One called strike, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. John Nunez had a base hit moments ago. He's on first. Darrell Thompson threw 3 1/3. Has thrown 54 pitches. 1-2, swinging a high pop-up foul, first base side out of play. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nunez has reached twice, singled moments ago, and reached via hit by pitch back in the 2nd inning. 1-2, wave and a miss, and a breaking ball low and away. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning as Darrell Thompson earns his 3rd strikeout of the game as the Blue Crabs are up 7-3. And here comes the leadoff man, Jeffrey Perez. Here's the first pitch, breaking ball, called strike, and the count 0-1. Perez singled back in the first. He came around and scored a run on an RBI double from Elmer Reyes. There's a runner on first base. That's John Nunez. 0-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up foul, 3rd base side. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. From first base, Nunez. Blue Crabs have scored 7 runs across the past 3 innings. York with 3 in the first. Thompson the pitch, swinging a line drive foul, 3rd base side once again. And the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. If you got an answer to our trivia question, or an idea at least, go ahead, throw it in our YouTube chat. It is The question today is, what is the most pitches thrown by one pitcher in an MLB game? 0-2, cut on, fouled off yet again. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. There are some really incredible records out there. Oh, 0-2 pitch, wave and a miss. Jeffrey Perez swings through it, and that ends the bottom of the 4th inning. The Blue Crabs have a 7-3 lead as we go to the top of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Blue Crabs lead this one 7-3 in the top of the 5th. As the first pitch is low for ball 1 on the 8-hitter, Ryan Haug. Now Haug doubled in his first at-bat. Later reached on a walk. 1-0 pitch called strike, belt high, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. Top of the 5th inning. Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead. They lead at 7-3. York scored 3 in the first. Since then, 7 unanswered from the Blue Crabs. 1-1 pitch, a breaking ball in the outer half, and the count 1-2. Haug digs back in. Hitting .396 on the year. Pitch, swing a ground ball foul, third base side. Ray Ortega, the third base coach, tries to field that one on the backhand. The count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Haug was one of 3 catchers on the roster coming into the day, but the Blue Crabs made a trade as they sent Austin Rye to Long Island. 1-2 check swing. Came up in on the hands, fouled it back to the netting behind home plate. Actually hit the bottom padding behind the dish. Count 1-2 is nonetheless. Base paths are empty. Here's the pitch. 1-2, swinging a ground ball up the middle, another base hit. Ryan Haug just keeps on hitting. He's got a 2-hit day. He's on for the 3rd time today. And the Blue Crabs had the leadoff man on here in the top of the 5th for Michael Baca, who also has 2 hits today. His batting average up to 217. Well, Michael Baca's 217 batting average is the highest it's been all year. After a terrific series on the road at Charleston. First pitch to Baca, swung on and fouled off first base side. On this road trip, Baca is hitting .406. He's been extremely consistent. A lot of singles. Did go deep for a home run, but he's been finding the holes and he's been hitting hard ground balls and line drives. Runner on first, no outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive, first base side, foul. So only maybe 15 or 20 feet foul down the right field line as he got into the seats out of play. No balls and 2 strikes on the righty. Trying to keep his perfect 2-for-2 day alive. Isaac Sanchez back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. Here's his pitch. Cut on, popped up, foul. Behind our press box overhead, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs have 10 hits in the day on just 22 at-bats. All 10 hits have come through batters 4 through 9 in this batting order. 4 through 9 are 10 for 15 at the plate. 0-2 pitch. Low and away in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the righty, I should say. Sanchez hasn't had a major issue with control. He did walk Haug back in the 3rd inning, in the 3rd inning, I beg your pardon. That was the starting pitcher, Rodriguez. Or Gonzalez, I should say. Rodriguez will be pitching in game 3. 1-2, that's a called strike 3. Baca goes down looking, doesn't like the call. So on the outside corner, and the home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, rings him up. And there is 1 away in the top of the 5th. Well, that brings Matt Hibbert to the plate. He is the leadoff batter in the order. With a runner on first base and 1 out. Haug from first. Here's the pitch. Low in the dirt. Temporarily gets away from the catcher, John Nunez, but he gets to it rather quickly and holds Haug to first base. Matt Hibbert hitting .197 on the season. 1 homer, 6 RBIs. He did reach via a walk to lead off the ball game. Since then, he's 0 for 2. 1-0 pitch. It's a called strike. Outer half of the plate. Well, the Blue Crabs have scored a run, put up a crooked number actually in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th innings, looking to keep that trend going. 1-1. That's away. Count 2-1. With 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Blue Crabs, 7 runs on 10 hits with no errors. York, 3 runs on 6 hits. They've made 2 errors. Sanchez set. Runner goes. Pitch, swing and a miss. And the catcher, John Nunez, does not even bother to throw. He had a hard time getting it out of his glove. It's a stolen base for Ryan Haug, and the Blue Crabs have a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Well, John Nunez has not thrown down to second base on a steal attempt for the 2nd time this game. Last time around, Alex Crosby stole second base without a throw. This one, swinging a ground ball, third base side, fielded on the backhand by Franco. Throw to first is in time. Hibbert really hustled that ball out. And the first baseman, Nelly Rodriguez, picked it on a hop. Meanwhile, from second to third, Haug advances. And that brings up Raul Shah. So a runner on third base with 2 outs as Raul Shah steps in. Shah was hitting incredibly well earlier this year. In fact, he had the highest batting average on the team at a point. But going through a bit of a slump right now. His average down at 267. He takes a big wave and a miss. Had a pitch right around the knees. Count 0-1 on the righty. From third base, it's Shah. I beg your pardon. It's the catcher Haug. 0-1. Big wave and a miss from Raul Shah. Count, no balls and 2 strikes on the righty, who's at second base today. Haug from third. It's 7-3 Blue Crabs. 0-2 pitch. Low and away, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. The home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, has been calling strikes on pitches that have looked a little bit off the plate on the outside corner, but wasn't going to call that a strike. Sanchez trying to prevent a run here in the 5th. This one swung on in a high pop-up right field line, a long run for the right fielder J.C. Encarnacion. And he runs out of room, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shaw has 3 home runs this year, has driven in 12 runs on the season, as he looks to increase that number with the Blue Crabs, as they've got a runner on third base with 2 outs. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Low and away. Checked his swing. They motioned down to first. The first base umpire, Dave Snyder, said he didn't go. And the count 2-2 now on Raul Shah. Here in the top of the 5th inning. Our question today is, what is the most pitches thrown by one pitcher in recorded history in Major League Baseball in a single game? 2-2 cut on a high pop-up. Sky high. The shortstop, Elmer Reyes, drifts way back onto the outfield grass, where he makes the catch for the final out. Blue Crabs are held off the board in the top of the 5th. They strand 1 at third base. We're halfway done at Peoples Bank Park in York, Pennsylvania. It's the Blue Crabs 7 and the Revs 3. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is Andres Briceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the first pitch from Daryl Thompson here in the bottom of the 5th inning, a called strike on the outer half. 0-1, swinging a line drive into left. Matt Hibbert quickly over, and he's going to field it on a couple of hops. It's a base hit for Elmer Reyes, and there's a runner on first base with nobody out. Daryl Thompson has thrown 62 pitches through 6 innings. And as we mentioned, in his last start, he went 122 pitches through 5 innings. First pitch from Thompson. That runs in, nearly clipped Melky Mesa, the 3-hitter. Mesa is 0 for 2. York has 7 hits in the day. 1-0. Just away, looked close. They count 2 balls and no strikes in the bottom of the 5th inning. Blue Crabs have given themselves a somewhat comfortable advantage, up by 4. 2-0. That swung on and fouled off. First base side going to get to the seats in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Melky Mesa hitting .282 on the season. 4 home runs and .831 OPS. One of 3 former big leaguers in this York lineup. As the pitch is swung on and tap foul. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on the righty. The 3 players for York that have Major League experience: Melky Mesa, Jeffrey Perez, and Troy Stokes Jr. 2-2, breaking ball low and away in the dirt, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. On the whole, there are 5 former big leaguers on this York Revolution team. Blue Crabs have 4. Thompson, the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball. Third base side. Terrific backhanded play by Baca. The throw to first is not quite in time. He got the lead out at second on an outstanding defensive play. Michael Baca hitting better at the plate. He's still flashing the leather on the defensive end. And there's 1 away as he made the flip to second to get the lead out. And the Blue Crabs nearly turned a highlight reel 6-4-3 double play. Well, here comes Nelly Rodriguez. Nelly Rodriguez bats 4th for the York Revolution. We're going to give some of our fans a little more time on that trivia question. Haven't got any answers yet. Not even any guesses on the number of pitches. The first pitch is a called strike now on Nelly Rodriguez. A breaking ball on the inner half. Runner on first base with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. Again, our trivia question today is, what is the most pitches ever thrown by one pitcher in an MLB game? And it's the most known pitches. We'll give you the answer in the top of the 6th. Oh, 1 pitch, swinging a ground ball through the left side for a base hit. Runners go station to station. But it's a base hit for Nelly Rodriguez, and there are runners on first and second with 1 out. Brings up Carlos Franco. And York all of a sudden is threatening, and that sends Stan Clyburn, the Blue Crabs manager, out to the mound to have a chat with his pitching coach and pitcher, Daryl Thompson. Ryan Haug trots out to the mound to have a chat with his pitching coach and his manager. Stan Clyburn, the manager for the Blue Crabs. It's a little bit different than what happens normally, as the Blue Crabs pitcher is Daryl Thompson. He's also their pitching coach. So when anyone else is pitching, he'll go out to the mound to have a chat with the pitcher. But in this case, the manager comes out to talk with him. Well, the meeting is adjourned. And with one out, brings Carlos Franco to the plate. And from doing my research on this, we're actually going to go with the estimated number of pitches. So if you got an idea, please go ahead and throw it in the YouTube chat. Unfortunately, back when the record was set, pitch counts were a little more variable. First pitch is a called strike on Carlos Franco, and the count 0-1. Runners on first and second with one out. Here's the pitch. Big wave and a miss. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Daw B says, what is the fewest number of pitches thrown by a pitcher in a single game? I'd imagine the answer, a reliever must have thrown exactly 1. So I'd have to imagine the fewest pitches is 1 thrown by a relief pitcher. Came in for the final out of an inning. 0-2, big wave and a miss. Franco goes down swinging, and there are 2 away. 86 miles an hour on the fastball. A little bit low and out of the zone, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the 5th inning. Again, our trivia question today, what is the most pitches thrown by a pitcher in a single game? The answer to our question is actually an estimate, so just give your best guess, throw it in the YouTube comments. The story is honestly quite incredible. First pitch, breaking ball. 70 miles an hour on the curveball. Josue Herrera way out in front of it, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. So Nelly Rodriguez on first, Malky Mesa on second, with Herrera at the plate. 7-3 Blue Crabs. Pitch swinging a ground ball, first base side. Walker had that ball jump up on him a little bit, but he settles and makes the play. Steps on first base in time for the final out. Well, York Strands 2 were finished with 5 innings of play from Peoples Bank Park. It's the Blue Crabs with a 7-3 lead. Stick with us. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
A new pitcher in the game for the York Revolution. In the top of the sixth, the Blue Crabs have a 7-3 lead. The pitcher is Johendry Herrera. No relation to Josue Herrera. First pitch swinging from Collier. Chopper over to first. Nicely fielded by the first baseman, Rodriguez, who tosses to Gonzalez for the first out as he beats Collier to the bag, and there is one away in the top of the sixth. Blue Crabs scored 2 runs in the second, 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth. It's 7 unanswered for now as York scored 3 runs in the bottom of the first inning. Blue Crabs are looking for their 3rd consecutive win. They have a couple of long winning streaks this year, including a 12-game winning streak and a 7-game winning streak. Looking to put another one together right now. First pitch is away for ball 1 on Jared Walker, who was 2 for 3 today with a single, a double, and a pair of runs. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, first base side, right back to Rodriguez, who fields in the forehand. He'll step on the bag himself, and there are 2 away. A couple of very quick outs from Johendry Herrera. Has a 3.38 ERA.
Third baseman, number 15, Alex Crosby.
Here comes Alex Crosby. Johendry Herrera, I should say. First pitch is a little bit low for ball 1. Played as high as rookie ball with the Arizona Diamondbacks. 1-0, swinging a high pop-up, shallow right field. It's a long run. It's going to drop in front of the right fielder, J.C. Encarnacion. And Alex Crosby has a bloop hit of all bloop hits. And it is a single for the left-handed hitter who popped one sky high in shallow right field. One that in hindsight, Jack Kennelly probably should have had, but instead he gave it to J.C. Encarnacion, who let it drop in front of him for a hit. Well, that brings up Braxton Lee, who is 2 for 2 with 2 triples and a walk. First pitch to the lefty. That's away for ball 1. Count 1-0. Braxton Lee has been hitting the ball much better recently. Hitting over 300 in the month of May. Hitting 287 on the season. A former big leaguer, played in Double-A, but primarily in Triple-A last year. This one, cut on, line drive, left field, a diving play from Melky Mesa. He can't come up with it. Extra bases for Braxton Lee as he has a double. This one gets away temporarily, and Crosby scores from third. It got away from Elmer Reyes, the shortstop, and the pitcher, Johendry Herrera, lost track of it momentarily, picked it up, and by the time he got there, the run came home from third base. So it's going to be an error, I'd imagine, on the shortstop, Elmer Reyes, as the Blue Crabs score another run. They lead this one 8-3 on the 3rd extra base hit of the day from Braxton Lee. Four hitters in this lineup now have 2-hit games. Walker, Crosby has a 3-hit game. This one swinging a slow ground ball over to second, fielded by the second baseman, Kennelly. He tosses to first in time for the final out. Joe DeLuca grounds out to end the inning. The Blue Crabs add another run. They lead this one 8-3 at the end of 5.5 innings of play. York Revolution coming to the plate. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Well, we're back in the bottom of the sixth inning. It is an 8-3 lead for the Blue Crabs. The first pitch was swung on and grounded down the first base line from Jack Kenley, scooped up by Walker, and there's one away as he steps on the bag for the first out. One out now in the bottom of the sixth inning. We have the answer to our trivia question for you. And the answer to the question is of what is the most pitches in an MLB game by one pitcher? As the first pitch is a called strike on the inside corner, count 0-1. Goes to Leon Cador. You might say, well, who's Leon Cador and when did this happen? Well, I've got answers for both those. 0-1 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. The count is 0-2. Now, Leon Cador pitched for the Brooklyn Robins, who are now the LA Dodgers, and he threw an estimated 360 pitches. This one swung on, lifted high in the air, left field line, foul off the bat of John Nunez. 360 pitches in a 26-inning game. He pitched against Joe Oshker, who also threw over 300 pitches in that game. 0-2 swung on and lifted foul, first base side. When you talk about protecting pitchers' arms, and most MLB managers probably don't want their pitchers throwing 360 pitches in a month. But Leon Cador pitched 360 pitches in one game in 1920 across 26 innings. Yeah, Baseball Almanac mentions that he allowed 15 hits in this game, but only one run. The 1-2, called strike three. John Nunez goes down looking on a pitch on the outside corner. He's not a big fan of the call. Either way, it is strike three, and there are two outs in the bottom of the sixth inning. Well, the MLB tracking system here did say it was a little bit off the plate. But that's the way the calls have gone throughout the evening. 8-3 Blue Crabs. There it is. Nick Freitas said that he threw 360 pitches and his opponent threw 319. Exactly right. This one is a swing and a miss. Count 0-2 now on Jay FC Encarnacion. Here's the 0-2. Swinging a ground ball right back to the mound. Thompson's got it. He has a sidearm flip to first for the final out. Well, the York Revolution go down in order 1, 2, 3. Another very strong inning from Daryl Thompson, who's thrown 88 pitches now through 6 innings of work. The Blue Crabs have an 8-3 lead. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, you just heard from Joe DeLuca a moment ago. He made the last out in the 6th inning. And that means it's Ryan Haug who comes to the plate to lead off the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs 8 and the York Revolution 3. Joe Hendry Herrera back out to the mound. The first pitch swung on and fouled back to the netting in the count. No balls and 1 strike. Haug has seen his batting average jump over 400 as he's 2 for 2 today. A pair of extra base hits for the right-handed hitter. Has also worked a walk. 0-1, called strike, count 0-2. With the base paths empty as Haug leads things off. The Blue Crabs coming to this one with a 25-9 record. 34 games into the season. The 0-2, a check swing. The home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, said he went around. And that is the first out as Haug goes down on strikes. Michael Baca comes to the plate. He went down looking at a pitch he didn't like back in the 5th inning. Here is Baca. He's 2 for 3 today. Baca will be followed by Matt Hibbert. Hibbert is the leadoff hitter for the Blue Crabs. First pitch, called strike at the knees. Have to wonder if Thompson's going back out to the mound. There's not much action, if any, in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Bradley Roney was up and throwing momentarily. 0-1 to Baca. That runs inside. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty. Well, batters 1 through 3 in the Blue Crabs order are a combined 0 for 10. Batters 4 through 9 are 12 for 21. 1-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball toward the middle, but it's fielded by the shortstop Reyes. The throw to first is in time for the second out. 2 up and 2 down from Johendry Herrera here in the top of the 7th inning. And that brings up the leadoff hitter, Matt Hibbert. Matt Hibbert, someone who really runs out every ball and runs them out very hard. Guy who puts in a lot of effort in his game. Johendry Herrera throwing nearly 94 miles an hour on a couple of pitches in this last at-bat. Hardest thrower on this so far in this game. As the first pitch is cut on and fouled off right field side. In the count, no balls and 1 strike. Base paths empty with 2 outs. 0-1 pitch is upstairs. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. And Johendry Herrera's velocity is so much faster than everybody else that he has all the top 5 pitch velocities of the day. Maxing out at 93.6 miles an hour. 1-1. A little bit upstairs on an off-speed pitch. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Among pitchers, Darrell Thompson maxed out at 87. He was 84 to 86, mostly with the fastball. 2-1, called strike on the outside corner, count 2-2. Merandy Gonzalez was similarly 84 to 86, topping out at 87.7. Count 2-2 on the leadoff man of the lineup. Hibbert, this one swung on, grounded foul first base side. It's going to stay fair, actually, down that first baseline. He thought it bounced foul off of his cleat, took a funny bounce, and Hibbert never made it out of the batter's box as it rolled down the first baseline, stayed fair, and he is retired for the final out in the top of the 7th. Well, the Blue Crabs still hold an 8-3 lead. Darrell Thompson going back out for his 7th inning of work when we come back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Darrell Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Darrell Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch swinging from Joe Hendry, from Perez, is grounded through the first base side for a base hit. Jeffrey Perez on base for the second time today. He singled to start things in the first and came around to score on an RBI double from Elmer Reyes. Well, I wonder if that's going to do it for Daryl Thompson, who goes 6+ innings of work. As the manager, Stan Clyburn, comes to the mound, he does signal over to the bullpen. That's going to be it for Daryl Thompson, who goes 6 innings of work, throws 88 pitches, and allows 3 earned runs. Blue Crabs appear to be turning to Bradley Roney. Will break down his numbers and his recent appearances when we come back. The Blue Crabs hold an 8-3 lead as they make the call to the bullpen.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41+ years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
We welcome you back in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Crabs have an 8-3 lead over York. Bradley Roney into the game. The first pitch is low on Elmer Reyes, who is 2 for 3 in today's contest. Bradley Roney's been getting a lot more action recently. Pitched an inning and a third back on Sunday against West Virginia, and pitched 3 innings on Thursday against the Ducks. 1-0 pitch. Cut on and fouled off first base side. Count 1-1. You'd have to wonder if they're going to ride with Roney the rest of the way, considering that they went an inning and a third with him on Sunday. He's had now just really 1 day off, but he went 3 innings the time prior. So it makes you wonder if that's the route the Blue Crabs are looking to go and having Roney go the rest of the way. 1-1 pitch, cut on and fouled off. First base side out of play in the count 1-2. Roney getting some higher leverage situations here. Blue Crabs are leading by 5, but it's still a pretty big moment. Blue Crabs find themselves in a somewhat interesting situation from the pitching side of things, with Briseño and Latos locking down 8 and 9, finding other spots to put some really good pitchers. Runner goes in the 1-2, swinging a ground ball foul, third base side. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes It was Jeffrey Perez who was off from the pitch. So Elmer Reyes to step back in. Elmer Reyes played as high as AAA. Was in the Braves system, hitting .328 this season. Certainly a threat at the plate. Roney set. And Reyes steps out. And now digs back in from the right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 8-3 Blue Crabs with no outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. The 1-2 offering is swung on and fouled back. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, Bradley Roney has entered the game, and he has taken Johendry Herrera's top pitch velocity numbers on 3 of his first pitches. Roney clocked in at 95.3 on a fastball. And that's where he's really going to go, 94, 95. This one swung on, ground ball right back to the mound. Roney to second, and a nice play by Baca to handle it at all to get 1 out. He made a low throw to second base, but Michael Baca came to the shortstop came to second base and made a low catch, somersaulting after making the grab at second. That could have been a double play ball after Roney made a nice play, snagging that ball down on the ground. But his throw to second base was a little bit offline. Well, either way, there is 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. And that brings up Melky Mesa. First pitch called strike, belt high. And the count 0-1. Melky Mesa 0 for 3 on the day, as the Blue Crabs hold a 5-run lead. This one, swinging a ground ball foul, third base side. Mesa grounded out, fly it out, and grounded into a fielder's choice. And now he's behind in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. On what's turned into a rather pleasant evening here in York, Pennsylvania. Not a cloud in the sky. Lights on at People's Bank Park. 1-2, wave and a miss. Roney strikes out Mesa. 2 up and 2 down from Bradley Roney here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Came on in relief of the Blue Crabs starter, Daryl Thompson. Thompson also the pitching coach. We're going to give you his unofficial line in just 1 moment as Nelly Rodriguez steps in. Thompson went 6 innings, 9 hits. The reason it's unofficial is he's still responsible for the runner on first base. Right now he's allowed 3 runs. It could be 4 if they get this run in. First pitch is cut on and missed. So for now, 6 innings, 9 hits, 3 runs. Did not walk a batter. He walked 4 his last time out. Terrific control. This is the Daryl Thompson we've gotten to know. He also struck out 6 today. 0-1 offering. A little bit upstairs in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty Nelly Rodriguez. Rodriguez is 2 for 3 today. He has 4 home runs on the season, as he's looking to get the Revolution back in it here in the 7th. 1-1 pitch briefly got away from Haug. Did well to block it, though, and keep the runner at first base right there at first. It's Jeffrey Perez, who singled to start the inning, who stands at first. Well, I beg your pardon, it's Elmer Reyes who reached on a fielder's choice. Melky Mesa then struck out. This one, swinging a line drive, shallow center. Collier dives. He trapped the ball, though, although he comes up with it. somewhat risky play. If that ball gets by him, it's probably going all the way to the wall. He felt he could get it. He ended up trapping the ball, though. And so there are runners on first and second with 2 outs. And that brings Carlos Franco to the plate. Reyes from second, Rodriguez from first, as Nelly Rodriguez picks up his 3rd hit of the game. Carlos Franco, 2 for 3. He is the biggest threat probably in this entire order. 9 home runs and 31 RBIs. Looking to get York back in at first pitch. That's away for ball 1. If you give Franco middle, he's going to hit this ball hard and he's going to hit this ball far. We saw that way back in the first inning when he ripped a double into the right center field gap about as hard as you can hit a ball. 1-0, that's inside. Count 2 balls and no strikes on Carlos Franco. Rodriguez on first. It's Reyes on second. 8-3 Blue Crabs. This one swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field, way back, and you can forget about it. Carlos Franco absolutely smashes a 3-run home run over the wall in right, and the York Revolution put up 3 runs here in the bottom of the 7th inning and have cut the deficit to 8-6. An absolute mammoth shot from Carlos Franco, who went deep for the 10th time this year as they send off the cannon. That spooked me a little bit out of my seat. But the 3 runners who score, Reyes, Rodriguez, and Franco, come to the dugout and are greeted with high fives as the York Revolution get back in this game and cut the deficit to 8-6. Well, Carlos Franco did exactly what he needed to do. His team down 8-3 in the 7th, and he puts up a 3 spot. Blue Crabs are 1 out away from getting out of this inning. So Daryl Thompson's final line is 6 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, 6 strikeouts. He was very good, especially right after the end of the first inning. The first pitch is away to Connor Lean, a former Blue Crab. He started the season with Southern Maryland, and he comes on as a pinch hitter. As a check swing, motion down to first base. Dave Snyder says he went around. That's the first base umpire. He comes on as a pinch hitter for Herrera. Josue Herrera comes out of the game. He was the designated hitter, but due to the double hook rule, as the 1-1 pitch is away, count 2-1. Due to the double hook rule, Josue Herrera has to come out of the game after 5 innings due to an injury to the starting pitcher. 2-1 pitch, that's upstairs. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Mirandy Gonzalez was the starter for York. He came out of the game after 3 innings due to an injury. And the 3-1 pitch is up and in. It's ball 4, issued to Connor Lean. And that brings the tying run to the plate for the York Revolution. And it's Jack Kenley to step in. Well, Bradley Roney has pitched quite a bit recently. He went 3 innings against the Ducks, went 1 1/3 against Charleston, but he's found himself in some trouble as he allows a 3-run home run to Carlos Franco. First pitch, fastball, belt high. It's a called strike on Kenley, who's 0 for 3 with a trio of groundouts. Southern Maryland 8, Long Island 6. Or I beg your pardon, York 6. York scored 3 in the first. They've added 3 in the 7th. In between, the Blue Crabs scored 8 runs. And Southern Maryland leads this one 8-6. Off-speed pitch up and away for ball 1. Count 1-1 on the lefty, Jack Kenley. Roney's thrown 22 pitches to get 2 outs here in the inning. Fastball called strike on the outer half. And the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Andres Briseño is warming in the Blue Crabs bullpen. 1-2, breaking ball, swing and a miss. Kenley goes down swinging at a curveball low and out of the zone. And the Blue Crabs work out of trouble. And although Bradley Roney allows a 3-run shot, the Blue Crabs still have a 2-run lead as we go to the top of the 8th. It's Southern Maryland 8 and York 6. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
While we go to the top of the 8th inning, the first pitch to Raul Shah is wildly up and away for ball 1. As the York Revolution go to a new pitcher here in the top of the 8th. It's Alberto Rodriguez. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 from Rodriguez. Cut on and popped up foul, first base side. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Alberto Rodriguez has an 8.03 ERA coming into this game. And Raul Shah looking for his first hit of the day. He's 0 for 4 coming into this one. The 1-1 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. And the count 0-2. Blue Crabs have an 8-6 lead. We'll run through the entire score line in just one moment. 1-2, breaking ball. It's upstairs, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Curveball just never fell. York scored 3 in the first. The Blue Crabs got 2 in the second, added 3 more in the third, picked up another 2 in the fourth to take a 7-3 lead. And the 2-2, a swing and a miss at a breaking ball low and out of the zone. There is 1 away. And so there's 1 away with the base paths empty in the top of the 8th. So it was 7-3 after 4. The Blue Crabs added a run in the 6th to take an 8-3 lead. Things looked like they were all secure, but a 3-run shot from Carlos Franco in the bottom of the 7th has made this an 8-6 game. First pitch to Zach Collier, who showed bunt and pulled back, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Going over York's pitching in just one moment. 1-0 pitch. That's away, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. The starter, Mirandi Gonzalez, went just 3 innings. He exited with an injury. Allowed 7 hits, 5 earned runs. He walked 1. He struck out 3. They turned to Isaac Sanchez as the 2-0 pitch is cut on and missed, count 2-1. He went 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. Joe Henry Herrera pitched quite well. 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 unearned run, and he struck out 1. 2-1 pitch, that's way upstairs, and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. And Zach Collier, who was 0 for 3 with a walk, may very well pick up his second walk here. Rodriguez has thrown 4 strikes and 5 balls. 3-1, cut on and fouled off. The inside of his right ankle appears to be just fine, though. And the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right-handed pitcher Alberto Rodriguez and the left-handed hitter Zach Collier. With the bases empty and 1 away. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball back to the netting behind home plate. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Collier hitting .238 on the year. 3 home runs, 15 RBIs. The Blue Crabs are looking for their 3rd straight win, but they're going to need their bullpen to come up big in the 8th and 9th. Here's the 3-2 offering. Swing and a miss. Collier goes down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts from Alberto Rodriguez since entering this ballgame, and there are 2 away in the 8th. Well, Rodriguez has come in and shined so far. And he's had an all right year this year. I mean, his ERA is not exactly going to invoke a ton of confidence at 7.62. And here is the first pitch. A little bit low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. One 1-0 on Walker. This one swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field, back to the warning track at the wall. It's off the wall. Walker going for extra bases. He dives in safely with a 2-out double as that ball went off the middle of that large right field wall. And there is a runner on second with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning as the Blue Crabs might just have something cooking yet again. And there's a pinch hitter coming to the plate now. This is a very surprising one, honestly. I'm not sure why Alex Crosby has exited the game, but he has in favor of Ian Yetzko here in the 8th. I'm not sure if this is an injury move or a tactical move from Stan Clyburn. First pitch to Yetzko is away for ball 1. Collier was 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored, which makes me think it might be an injury move. But I guess it's theoretically possible that it was not. This one was way upstairs in the count. 2 balls and no strikes on Yetzko. Runner on second with 2 outs. 8-6 Blue Crabs. And we've seen this once before. But the Blue Crabs are setting Eddie Butler to the bullpen to be the Blue Crabs catcher. 2-0. There's a breaking ball for a called strike, and the count 2-1. Talk about somebody willing to do it all. Eddie Butler, a former big leaguer, spent 5 years in the majors. But he's out in the bullpen serving as the catcher because the Blue Crabs normally use one of their actual catchers as the catcher. This one swung on and popped up in foul ground. It's the first baseman, Nelly Rodriguez, who is over into foul ground toward the dirt, and he makes the catch for the final out. Blue Crabs strand 1. They pick up 1 hit, but they score none at the end of 7.5 innings of play. It's Southern Maryland 8 and the York Revolution 6. You're listening to Blue Crabs baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. 8-6 Blue Crabs over the Revolution.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, you just heard from Matt Latos a moment ago. You might see him in the 9th. For now, the Blue Crabs turned to Endris Briseño. Faces off against John Nunez to lead things off. It'll be Nunez, Encarnacion, and Perez, 8-9-1. First pitch, a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up and away for ball 1. Well, Briseño comes into today's ball game with a 1.13 ERA. Here's the pitch. Fastball that's low, count 2-0. Base paths are empty, the count 2-0. Here's the pitch. That's away, and the count 3 balls and no strikes on Nunez, who's hitting just .214. The pitches haven't missed wildly by any means, but they are all just a little bit off the plate. His last appearance against Charleston, which was on Sunday, 1 inning of work, allowed no hits, no runs. He walked 2, though. He struck out 1. And the 3-0 pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. And John Nunez can't believe it. He threw his bat and everything. But the home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, says it's a called strike. You're coming back to the plate. So the count now 3 balls and 1 strike on Nunez. Briseño set. Here's the pitch. Called strike. Fastball at 94, middle in. And the count now full at 3-2. Nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. The Blue Crabs have an 8-6 lead. York scored 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Pitch, swinging a high pop-up foul. Third base side out of play. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, in the trailing after 7 innings of play, this team is just 2-16. York looking to change that and add their 3rd win when they trail after 7 innings. When leading after 7, this team is 10-2, but they're not in that situation right now. They've got a couple of runs to make up. 3-2 pitch. Oh, came low and in on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and Nunez walks. So there is a runner on first base, a long and hard-fought at-bat, 7 pitches thrown by Andres Briseño, but it ends in a base on balls. Here comes J.C. Encarnacion. Encarnacion, a right-handed hitter. He is 0 for 3 today. Flied out in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th, and grounded out in the 6th. And the runner on first base comes up in a pivotal moment here in the 8th. His team trailing by 2. He represents that tying run. First pitch, breaking ball, called strike, and the count 0-1. Briseño has been right around 95 miles an hour throughout this relief appearance, I should say. Goes back to the breaking ball on the 0-1 and the count 0-2. His ability to mix up his pitches has been really deadly for hitters. When you can mix 96 with 82, it throws off your balance a little bit. Runner on first base, nobody out. 8-6 Blue Crabs. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss and a breaking ball in the dirt. J.C. Encarnacion goes down swinging. Because first base is occupied, no need to throw down. But there is 1 out now in the bottom of the 8th inning. A strikeout from Andres Briseño, and the Blue Crabs have gotten that first out. But still, every batter that's going to come to the plate here in the 8th, unless the runner on first base, John Nunez, is thrown out, will represent that tying run. So by no means the Blue Crabs out of the woods. First pitch, swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. 96 on the fastball from Briseño that time. And there's no question that Briseño, I should say. Briseño throws extremely hard. He's got major league velocity. And he has thrown the hardest pitches of the day, unsurprisingly. Has beaten out Roney for that spot. Roney was throwing 94-95 with his fastball. The 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul tip. The count 0-2. Briseño has topped out at 96.2 miles per hour. The speed gun in the ballpark reads that one at 48. Not sure they got that one right. I think it was more in the 95 range. But I guess we'll never know. Runner on first, 1 out. 8-6 Blue Crabs. Briseño set. 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Oh, what a pitch. He goes high fastball a couple of times and then fools him with a breaking ball. And Jeffrey Perez goes down swinging, brings up Elmer Reyes. Well, Briseño couldn't find the strike zone for the first 3 pitches of the first at bat. Came back with a couple of called strikes and ended up walking John Nunez on 4 pitches. He comes back to strike out J.C. Encarnacion and Jeffrey Perez. First pitch, breaking ball a little bit inside on Elmer Reyes. And what's really interesting to see is the ability for Andres Briseño to mix up those pitches. To go with the start account with a breaking ball and keep guys off balance with all different speeds. This one, swinging a line drive, right center field. It drops for a base hit. From first to third goes Nunez. A throw. Oh, and it's going to get by over at third base with Yetzko. He throws to the plate, and it's not going to be in time. It's a hit and an error. And it is a run that comes in for York. A nice throw from right field as Braxton Lee beat the runner, John Nunez. But over at third base, the third baseman, Ian Yetzko, couldn't hang on to it. It got by him. By the time he got to the ball and threw home, it was late. And all of a sudden, the tying run is in scoring position for the York Revolution. Instead of this being an 8-6 game with runners on the corners, it's an 8-7 game with a runner on second base and 2 outs. Well, the catcher for the Blue Crabs, Ryan Haug, is going to go out to have a conversation with Briseño. This goes down as an unearned run, but still, that really should have ended the inning. And instead of it ending the inning, it not only prolongs the inning, but it scores and adds an additional run here. Have to imagine that error is going to be credited against Yetzko. It was a good throw from right field. And Braxton Lee's got an outstanding arm. Talk about a plus arm at the MLB level. That's what Braxton Lee has out in right field. He's had 3 batters, or 3 runners, I should say, beaten to third base in this game. First pitch from Briseño, a breaking ball cut on and missed from Elkie Mesa. Yeah, it is a missed catch error on Ian Yetzko. It's a tough play, don't get me wrong, but it allowed the runner, Elmer Reyes, to get to second base and also allowed John Nunez to score. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Oh, my, another nice breaking ball from Briseño. Now, would I be stunned to see him go with 3 breaking balls? I don't know, maybe not. Head on the count, no balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. 8-7 Southern Maryland. Here's the 0-2. Fastball. Whew, just off the corner at 94. You knew fastball was coming. He tried to blow it by him, but it missed just a little bit outside. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the righty. Runner on second base. It's 8-7 Southern Maryland. The pitch swung on and missed at a breaking ball low in the dirt. Briseño had electric stuff in this one. He did allow a hit. He allowed a walk and an unearned run. At the end of 8 innings of play, I should say, it's York 7. It's Southern Maryland 8. Stick with us as we go to the 9th.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson, and the whole team trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Well, we go to the top of the ninth inning. It is the Blue Crabs 8 and the Revolution 7. Here's Braxton Lee. First pitch wildly to the backstop as it slipped out of the hands of Alberto Rodriguez. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Braxton Lee is hitting the ball quite well recently. 3 for 3 in today's game, including a pair of triples and a double. He has also walked. He has scored 2 runs and driven in 1. 1-0 pitch. Runs in, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Happy to have you with us on a Tuesday evening at the end of May. Blue Crabs have a 1-run lead over York. 2-0, that's outside. Count 3-0. Well, Braxton Lee's hitting .293 on the season, thanks in large part to a terrific game today and a strong road trip. 3-0, called strike on the inside corner, and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. On the road trip, he is 10 for 28. Here's the pitch, swinging a line drive, right field line. It's going to drop for a base hit. The right fielder, Encarnacion, quickly over to that ball to hold Braxton Lee to a single. He'll be a homer shy of the cycle as he picks up a base hit. And the Blue Crabs had the leadoff runner on here in the 9th inning. And that sends Joe DeLuca to the plate, who had an outstanding game yesterday, but today he's been faced with 4 groundouts. 4 for 5 in yesterday's game, including 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. Alberto Rodriguez having a meeting with his catcher, John Nunez. Nunez walks slowly back to the plate. It'll be Joe DeLuca, followed by Ryan Haug and Michael Baca. 7, 8, and 9 in the Blue Crabs order. You might say, well, it's the bottom of the order. To be completely honest, this might be the strongest part of the Blue Crabs order, especially recently. Tosses over to first. That one actually hits the first base umpire, Dave Snyder, which prevented it from getting away. If that ball doesn't hit Dave Snyder, it would easily allow Braxton Lee to get to second base. It saves an error from the pitcher, Alberto Rodriguez. Runner on first base. Pitch called strike at the belt. Went with a breaking ball, and the count 0-1 on Joe DeLuca. Runner on first base. Now a ball comes in from the bullpen, as Southern Maryland looks to add an all-important insurance run at this point, as York has slowly but surely been chipping away at the Blue Crabs' 5-run lead, and now it's a 1-run lead. Blue Crabs led this one 8-3 going into the bottom of the 7th inning. 3 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, and it's an 8-7 ball game. This one swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field, back to the warning track, and it's out of here. Oh, a 2-run bomb from Joe DeLuca. He was 0 for 4 coming in. He's 1 for 5 now with a big 2-run blast. It's his 3rd home run in the last 2 games, and Joe DeLuca adds 2 critical insurance runs as the Blue Crabs lead this one 10-7. The 3rd home run of the season from Joe DeLuca, all 3 coming in the last 2 games, and he now has 3 RBIs on the day. He may be 1 for 5, but he came up with a massive hit, and he's given the Blue Crabs 3 very important runs in the top of the 9th inning. Well, here comes Ryan Haug, who's hitting .400 on the year. And Joe DeLuca comes up with another massive day for the Blue Crabs after a slower start to this one. Well, it's 10-7 Blue Crabs. Ryan Haug digs in. First pitch upstairs for a ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's upstairs again. Count 2-0. Well, there was some thought, I think, that they were going to take Alberto Rodriguez out of the game after the leadoff single, as there is a pitcher warming up in the pen for York, Robinson Parra. This one swinging a 2-hopper over to second, easily fielded by Kenley. He tosses to first in time, and there is one away. Well, I think they were thinking about getting away from Rodriguez, going to Robinson Parra. The move seems to have been made a little bit too late if they're going to go there, as DeLuca has gone deep in the top of the 9th to give the Blue Crabs a 10-7 edge. Here is Michael Baca. Baca is 2 for 3 on the day. Was hit by a pitch, and he scored a run. First pitch to Baca is away for ball 1. Well, I beg your pardon. Baca 2 for 4 today. He has driven in a run. Well, the Blue Crabs, if they can hold on today, would extend this to a 3-game winning streak, as the 0-1 pitch is, or the 1-0 pitch is cut on and chopped foul third base side. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Southern Maryland 10, York 7. York scored 3 in the top of the first. The Blue Crabs responded with 8 runs in the next 5 innings. 1-1, a big hack from Michael Baca, but he swung through it, and the count 1-2. So again, York scored 3 in the top of the bottom of the first. Blue Crabs scored 8 runs over the next 5 innings. Took an 8-3 lead going into the bottom of the 7th. That's when York scored 3 and made it 8-6. Got this one within 1 in the bottom of the 8th to make this one 8-7. And the Blue Crabs have added 2 on a 2-run blast from Joe DeLuca. It's 10-7. 1-2 pitch, that's a little bit away, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matt Hibbert stands on deck for the Blue Crabs. Hibbert looking for his first hit of the day. He has walked once. Two to Baca. That runs up and in. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. Base paths are empty with 1 out. Joe DeLuca cleared the bases on a 2-run shot just 2 batters ago. 3-2. Swinging a line drive, left field, base hit. And Michael Baca is on a tear right now, and he just keeps on hitting. He's 3 for 5 today. And that batting average was down in the 140s not more than just a couple weeks ago. And with the base hit, his batting average is up over 220. A 3 for 5 day for Michael Baca as part of a 7-game hit streak for the right-handed hitting shortstop, who is so sure-handed defensively, and I think we all knew the numbers would come around eventually. As the first pitch to Matt Hibbert, a check swing, he went around and the count 0-1. It's a fastball up and away. Well, quite a few hitters for the Blue Crabs have multiple hits in today's game. 5 to be exact. As the 0-1 pitch is cut on and missed, count 0-2. Walker, Crosby, Lee, Haug, and Baca all have multiple hits. The bottom of the lineup has stood out, to say the least, for the Blue Crabs. 0-2 pitch to Hibbert, swung on and popped up in foul territory. It is the first baseman, Nelly Rodriguez, over toward the dugout, reaches over the railing and can't quite get it. And the count's going to remain 0-2. The top of the order is 0 for 13. But batters 4 through 9 are 16 for 28. Gives you an idea of just how good the bottom of the order has been. The 0-2 is outside, and Michael Baca swipes second without a throw. Not even the thought of a throw, as he stole second standing up. That's not defensive indifference. Defensive indifference occurs when the defense doesn't mind if a runner advances because the team is generally leading in a game and the runner is not important. They don't want to allow him to advance additional bases by risking a throw. 0-2, check swing, and the home plate umpire, Buzz Albert, says he goes around. Matt Hibbert wanted a petition to first base Dave Snyder, but Buzz Albert said, nope, you went around, and that's strike 3. So there are now 2 away from the top of the ninth. The Blue Crabs already scored 2 runs in the inning. They lead at 10-7, and here is Raul Shah, who digs in from the right side. Shah 0 for 5, looking for his first hit of the day. And we know the power he has. We know the bat he has. Setting up well over 350 just 10 days ago. First pitch called strike. On the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Baca leads off of second base as Shah stands in. 0-1 offering. Big wave and a miss. He was ahead of the 78-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Well, what's turned into a beautiful Tuesday evening in York, Pennsylvania. A little bit humid. It's nice and warm, though. It's 10-7 Blue Crabs in the top of the ninth. 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Shah, swinging a line drive, right center field. Coming in, it's the center fielder, Jeffrey Perez, who makes the catch for the final out. Well-struck line drive from Raul Shah, but he's retired for the final out in the top of the ninth inning. The Blue Crabs add 2 runs on a 2-run blast from Joe DeLuca. It's 10-7 Southern Maryland. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Stick with us.
This is Coach.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, you just heard from Matt Latos. And he enters the game here in the bottom of the ninth inning. The Blue Crabs have a slightly more comfortable 3-run cushion as they go to the bottom of the ninth thanks to a 2-run shot from Joe DeLuca. First pitch is a fastball low for ball 1. Count 1-0 on Nelly Rodriguez as York will send 4, 5, and 6 to the plate. Nelly Rodriguez, Carlos Franco, and a pinch hitter who we will have to see. 1-0 pitch called strike at the knees, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. To the chagrin and disagreement of Nelly Rodriguez, who had a couple of words for Buzz Albert, whose strike zone has admittedly been a little bit all over the place tonight. 1-1 offering from Latos. A little low on a close pitch, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs looking to win their 3rd consecutive, as Matt Latos poised to get his 12th save of the year. 2-1, big wave and a miss at an 89-mile-an-hour fastball. Latos, over the course of his career, has thrown as high as the mid to upper 90s, but at this stage, throwing upper 80s. He topped out at 94 last season. He was throwing upper 80s to start the year and mid 90s by the end of the year. 2-2 pitch. A little bit low, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes on Nelly Rodriguez. Well, similarly to Briseño, the Blue Crabs, or for Matt Latos, he worked a deep count. Briseño ended up walking him and allowed an unearned run. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up foul. First base side out of play. Let's go over some of the Blue Crabs pitchers so far today. Thompson went 6 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, 6 strikeouts. Roney, 1 inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Briseño allowed 1 hit, an unearned run, a walk. He struck out the side. His stuff looked as good as ever. Just got an unlucky hit that he allowed. As the 3-2 pitch is a little bit inside, it's ball 4. And Matt Latos not thrilled with that call. The Blue Crabs and Matt Latos surrender an early walk. And here comes Carlos Franco, who drilled a 3-run shot in the 7th that got York back in this game. Well, he can't tie the game with 1 swing, but he could get York back within 1. Carlos Franco at the plate. On deck, they have Troy Stokes Jr., a former big leaguer. He will be the pinch hitter. York lost their designated hitter after the 5th due to the injury rule, as this pitch skips away from the catcher Ryan Haug, and it allows the runner on first base, Nelly Rodriguez, to advance to second. Ryan Haug going out to have a conversation with Matt Latos. Count 1 ball and no strikes in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Blue Crabs 10, the York Revolution 7. As Haug and Latos going over a few things here. Want to make sure they're on the same page. As Carlos Franco, who is 3 for 4 in today's game with a 3-run shot, digs back in. You don't want to make the same mistake the Blue Crabs made back in the 7th to Franco. So there's no doubt he could belt the home run over the wall and right. 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner, and the fans are not happy with the call from Buzz Albert. Looked a little low, maybe a little away. Either way, it's called a strike. Runner on second base, nobody out. Yeah, the MLB strike zone did put it low. Our TrackMan device Here's the 1-1 pitch. Big wave and a miss at a breaking ball, and the count 1-2. He took something off it, and Franco thought he had that one teed up for a 2-run shot. Instead, he was way out in front of it. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on the lefty. Runner on second base, nobody out. The Blue Crabs with a 3-run edge. Lato set. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball inside. Count 2-2. Latos just threw his 11th pitch of the outing. 5 strikes and 6 balls thrown by the right-hander. Had a few control issues earlier in that first at-bat especially. Here's the 2-2. It's low, and now the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, this is Latos' inning. No matter what's going to happen here. He looks to shut down the York Revolution. The Revs looking for a 9th inning rally. 3-2 from Latos. Swinging a high fly ball. Deep left center field. Collier back to the warning track. That ball is gone. The second home run in as many at-bats from Carlos Franco. He went deep to right the first time. He goes deep to left center this time. And he makes this a 10-9 game. Carlos Franco. Home runs 10 and 11 here in the 7th and 9th respectively. And this brings up Troy Stokes Jr., who will have his first at-bats, it appears. Troy Stokes Jr. has played in the major leagues, played as recently as 2021. No, I beg your pardon. Stokes Jr. has played in almost every game this year. It's 273. It's his first at-bat of the game. First pitch, a big wave and a miss, in the count 0-1. He played with the Pirates in their major league team last year, was 2 for 18 in very limited time. Hit 188 at AAA last season. Hitting 273 this year. 0-1 pitch, runs inside. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. This game all of a sudden got a lot more interesting. And that 2-run homer in the 9th from Joe DeLuca. You want important runs. Boy, are they standing up right now. 1-1 pitch from Latos. Swinging a high pop-up foul first base side. And the count 1-2. The bullpen has been the real strong point for Southern Maryland up until this point in the season. But today, it's the starting pitching that's done more of the work for Southern Maryland. Thompson allowed 4 runs in 6 innings. The bullpen has allowed 5 runs in just 2+ innings. 1-2 low in the dirt, and the count 2-2 on Troy Stokes Jr. No action in the Blue Crabs pen. Again, this is Latos' inning. Stokes has 5 homers. Nobody out. 10-9 Blue Crabs. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Troy Stokes Jr. Here's the 2-2 offering. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and there's 1 away. Latos went a little bit away and earned the strikeout. And there's 1 out as Jack Henley comes to the plate. Kenley is 0 for 4 in today's game. A trio of groundouts and a strikeout in the 7th. Matt Latos looking to retire the side. First pitch called strike. Well, the bottom of the Blue Crabs order is to thank for their 10-9 lead right now. As the 0-1 is cut on and popped up foul, third base side in the count 0-2. Batters 4 through 9 for the Blue Crabs. were 16 for 28 tonight. Here's the 0-2 from Latos. Ball low in the dirt. And Jack Kenley's not going to first base. Again, if the ball is not caught on the fly by the catcher, the batter can run to first base. And as it was known as steal first base, but the batter will be credited with a hit now. One of the changes in the rules. 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive right to first. It's caught by Jared Walker, and there are 2 away. So after Latos surrenders the 2-run shot to Carlos Franco, the Blue Crabs are 1 out away as John Nunez comes to the plate. Nunez is 1 for 2. He was hit by a pitch in the second. He walked in the 8th. He singled in the 4th and struck out in the 6th. Latos looking to make this his final batter of the game. Was taking all the way on the first pitch. It's a called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Blue Crabs 10, York 9. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a line drive, third base side, foul, and it sent the Blue Crabs bullpen running. It's headed right for their direction. I don't think they kept that don't move if you're sitting on the Blue Crabs bench rule they had a couple years back. Either way, 10-9 Southern Maryland with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Nunez, swinging a ground ball towards second, should do it. Shaw Fields flips to first. It is in time. Well, the York Revolution threatened. There's no doubt about that. They scored 6 runs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, but the Blue Crabs outlast them with a 10-9 win. And again, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. It comes courtesy of batters 4 through 9 in this Blue Crabs order between Jared Walker, Alex Crosby, Braxton Lee, Joe DeLuca, Ryan Haug, and Michael Baca. There are 5 multi-hit games among those 6 batters. The only one who didn't was Joe DeLuca, who had the game-winning 2-run shot in the top of the 9th inning. He was 1 for 5 with 3 RBIs. We'll run through the box score and some of the numbers from tonight. Hibbert 0 for 5. Shaw was 0 for 6. Collier 0 for 4. Walker had 3 hits. He was 3 for 5, had 2 runs scored. Crosby was 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored. Braxton Lee had the best night of all. His batting average is up to .298. 4 for 4 with 3 runs scored and an RBI, a pair of triples, a double, and a single for Braxton Lee. Joe DeLuca was 1 for 5. He had the go-ahead, or he had the 2-run shot in the top of the 9th. At the time that gave the Blue Crabs a 10-7 lead, those 2 runs would ultimately be the winning runs as York responded with 2 more in the bottom of the 9th. Ryan Haug had another multi-hit game. He was 2 for 4 today, also scored a run. And Michael Baca kept the hot bat on fire. He had a 3-hit game, was 3 for 5 with an RBI. The Blue Crabs bullpen has historically been outstanding. Tonight, it ran through its fair share of troubles. Thompson went 6 innings. He allowed 4 runs. Roney allowed 2 runs on 2 hits. He walked 1. He struck out 2. Briseño allowed an unearned run in an inning of work. He struck out 3. He walked 1 and allowed a base hit. And Matt Latos came into the 9th with a 10-7 lead. And the York Revolution put up 2 runs on the second home run of the game from Carlos Franco, the 11th on the season. He is red hot in the dish right now and has more power than anyone knows what to do with. So he had a 3-run shot off of Roney, and then a 2-run shot off of Matt Latos. Only 2 runs were charged to Bradley Roney. One of those runs was charged to Darryl Thompson. And Matt Latos allowed the 2-run shot to deep left center. Well, the York Revolution turned to Merandy Gonzalez to start this game. He ran into trouble. 3 innings, 7 hits, 5 earned runs. Isaac Sanchez allowed 2 more. And it wasn't until the 9th inning when it was Alberto Rodriguez who surrendered 2 runs on a 2-run home run and gave the Blue Crabs a 10-7 lead at the time. What was ultimately a 10-9 Blue Crabs victory. Players of the game on the York side, Franco had an outstanding game, to put it lightly. 4 for 5, 2 home runs, 6 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. A mammoth day for him. Nelly Rodriguez was also 3 for 4 with 3 runs scored and an RBI. And Elmer Reyes, I should say, was 3 for 5 with 2 runs scored and an RBI. Well, that'll do it from us here tonight on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs eke out a 10-9 win and will have now won 3 straight games. They go for their 4th straight and the series win tomorrow, right back here at Peoples Bank Park at 6:30 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. And as always, let's go Blue Crabs.